no one else waiting in the waiting room.
Because the meeting was locked, so people will start coming in now.
Okay, there's Sid. We have the applicant present. I guess we could start the meeting at 7:01.
I think 9:10's first.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. That's right. 9:10 is first. So we need Mr. Marino.
Oh, let me start the recording.
This meeting is being recorded.
We are waiting to start the meeting for the arrival of the applicant on the first item on our agenda. If he doesn't show up in the next couple minutes, we will move to item number 2. So says the chair.
Do you want to set the table a little, kind of like what we're doing today?
Yes. We are number one. We have to do is well, since there's no new information provided by the applicant at this time, we will not be entertaining public comment. The first thing we need to do is to discuss and decide on one of 2 candidates for the peer reviewer. Then we need to talk about the parking ramp, whether or not it is part of the structure. We need to accept or deny the waiver request regarding parking. We need to accept the fact that we have received his previous plans and his rationale for not saving the building. We need to discuss open space and landscaping. And lastly, we need to speak with him with regard to coming back following the receipt of the peer review. And since the peer review takes a maximum of 30 days, I think we will probably, and then he's going to want to make changes that we will want to share with us. I think we will probably push the second meeting into July 7th. And by the way, the next meeting of this board is June 9th. So do we have the applicant yet? I don't see him.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do. All right. So we can proceed here.
Would you like a motion to move into the public hearing?
Yes, please.
Move that we move into public hearing for PB 26-1 for 910 Main Street.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Taylor, what you want to discuss with us the 2 applicants we have for peer reviewer? And I assume all you all looked at the submissions from the 2 proposers.
Yep.
Yes. So we have for the first order of business for 910 Main Street, the planning board will be selecting their preferred peer reviewer. We've reached out to 5 individuals, and we received interest from 2, Wendy Frontiero, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, and Michael Wang. Their resumes / proposal for the project are attached in my memo. I think they both provide really interesting methods, and I think they both do a really good job at review. Wendy would, in speaking to her briefly through email, he would definitely take a more historic approach, which would be appropriate for the historical structure. And speaking to Michael Wang by email and by by Zoom. He would take a approach. He was the person who wrote the Main Street Mixed Use District design guidelines. So he would take the probably a more um, uh, analytical or definitive approach to design, but both would be very good. So the planning board should decide which person they would like to select, and then make a motion to procure that person, and then the process would start immediately.
Anybody have any thoughts on this, on the choice right off the top?
So I thought they both looked excellent. I guess all things being equal, I would probably, well, I don't know. I think they both look excellent. I could actually go either way, I guess, is the bottom line. I guess I was leaning towards Michael Wang because of his familiarity with our the zoning there. I think that would give him a leg up on making sure everything. But this is design peer review. So I think they'd both be excellent. If like I could go either way. I guess I would like 51% say Michael and 49% say Wendy, but either way, I'm happy.
Other thoughts?
I feel pretty much the same. I thought I might give the edge to Wendy, but because of her experience with historic properties. But both. I think we'd get. I hope we get results. We'd be pleased with either way.
Amy or Carrie?
Felt similarly. I think Wendy's historical background would be a big asset here, but I also see where Michael's familiar. Wow, I can't speak. How familiar he is with the new zoning bylaw and the design guidelines that he helped create for the new district, I think would be really great as well. I think both are going to be great.
So obviously I loved working with Michael. I think he does excellent work. And he had a vision for the whole corridor. I think when we were thinking about the street, we were thinking about the sides of the street very differently, and some of the mock-ups included some really optimistic redevelopment opportunities, aggregating properties and getting that to sort of a cool scale, and like modernizing some of Port Castle Tire really went through it on the North Main rezoning, like always thinking about different ways to get that building to look. But for me, for this one, I think we don't have a ton of properties that have this kind of eye-catching appeal. And I think there's, we have a lot of passion around our historic buildings, and I think we're going to need someone who will think really deeply about this building. Can we save this building? And if we can't save it in the letter of the bylaw, can we save it in the spirit of the bylaw? And can we make sure that it's scaled correctly for the bylaw, but in the architectural style of this particular building? And for me, reading over Wendy's background, I haven't worked with her. It seemed like that was going to be a little more cleanly addressed by her. And Michael will be a loss. I mean, either one would be great, but I think I will counter Brian's percentages by saying for this project, I'm probably 51% Wendy, 49% Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point has been made that this is a historically sensitive location, not just for the building itself, but for the immediate surrounding neighborhood, particularly on Canal Street, the homes that are on Canal Street. We heard loud and clear from the neighbors about their sensitivity in this regard. And while I think Michael would do a bang up job, and I would really like him to do this, I mean, can we hire them both? It's
I was just going to say that.
Split the fee. I don't know, but I think Wendy, I mean, I'm leaning pretty strongly toward Wendy.
I don't think we've enjoyed design by committee, so I don't think we should force that on our consultants.
Well, shall we take a vote?
I would move to choose Wendy Frontiero as our design peer reviewer for
Second.
10 Main Street.
Second.
Amy.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Brian. And I am also an aye, so it's unanimous, Wendy. And Taylor, please thank Michael. Tell him how difficult the decision was, please.
And that will be into
I will.
projects.
Next up, the parking ramp location. I think that this is tied closely into the next item as well. Taylor, could you pull that up so we could see both 2 and 3? Oops. Okay, that doesn't quite work, but I would resurface the idea that I threw out a couple of times, and maybe we want to invite the applicant to reply to this, but I just don't. I wonder if it's possible to get 2 more parking spaces there if we relocate the parking ramp to Main Street, adjacent to the property line on that side, rather than up against the property. Ms. Emily Claire, I mean, her property, so that it's away from her property, but it's abutting a commercial property. It's just something that's been plaguing my mind since we first started talking about this. Do we want to consider that among ourselves, or is that a stupid idea?
As far
I
as
was go ahead. I was under the impression the grade, it wasn't an option because of the grading and the space provided off of Main Street, but that might not be correct.
That might be the case, that the lot isn't deep enough to create the ramp and
Oh, I see what you mean. I see.
Yeah, and then the other thing is that when you come to the top, when you come to Main Street, you want the car to be relatively level, so you have good sight lines.
Yeah.
You don't want the bumper facing up, pointing up. You want to be,
right. I hadn't thought of that, so that's a bad idea.
Flat. It's tricky, and then I think the traffic engineer guys would tell you you're better off on this quieter side street.
Well, and that was the spirit of the bylaw, was to get the parking ramps off the main street.
Right. Yeah. Understandably, it certainly makes some sense.
All right. Never mind that idea. Sorry about that.
They probably honestly, I bet they probably looked at it.
So the question on the table here, as posed here, is whether this is part of the structure itself or part of the parking garage. Taylor, can you expand on that for us, please?
So, as proposed, the parking ramp is within the 20-foot setback required for the structure. But it is outside of the 10-foot required setback for any parking. And in the bylaw, we don't define or classify what parking is. So we don't say, is parking all at grade? Is it a parking structure? Is it a parking facility? We don't say what parking is. It just says parking. So the applicant has come in the proposal saying that the driveway, the parking ramp, is just a feature of parking and should only apply to the parking setback and not the structural setback. I believe that we have and I don't want to speak for him. I think, Brian, you might have to clarify this for me, but I think we have a note from the building commissioner agreeing with that. But we should discuss that. Yeah.
I know. I reached out to the building commissioner and showed him the the plans, which he said were, they're rough drafts. They're not actual, building plans. And I said, would you consider this to this driveway and retaining wall to be compliant with the setbacks for the zone? And he said, within his ability to read those plans, which were, again, imperfect, they're early drafts, they're not, they're not building plans. He said, yes, I believe that they are. We wouldn't count, in his opinion, the retaining wall as part of the structure as far as the setback is concerned. I think I just saw Tom come in, so I probably shouldn't speak for Tom at all. And if we want to ask Tom that very question, probably would be better for him. But so I reached out to him to get that, because the last thing we want to do is have us approve this, have it go to Tom and have Tom look at it and say, no, that I can't approve that. That violates the setback. So he was comfortable with that within the ability to read the plans, which again were just rough plans. They're not final building plans. But maybe that should go to Tom, that exact question.
Tom, you care to answer that, or did you get the whole question? You came in late. Okay, there.
I just made you a co-host, Tom. You should be able to talk now if you can or want to.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I missed the question. I just joined.
Could you rephrase it, Brian?
Yeah. So no, Tom, I was referring to my question for you about whether the retaining wall and the driveway at 910 Main Street as proposed would you deem them to be within the setback or to meet the setback, or how would you view them? And you had responded to me, and I was trying to not misquote you but then as soon as you walked in, I was like, well, we can have Tom's right here. He can tell us what he actually thinks, as opposed to having me, paraphrase what you said, because there's no certified plot plan and things like that. But you were able to give me some sort of rough ideas based on what you were able to see as far as the setbacks and whether, as proposed, it would meet the setbacks.
So, what I looked at, I would say that it met the setback. It's not a structure. It's below grade. I think it may be a foot or two above grade. So I would not deem that as it would not be in the setback.
That's what I think I represented, you said, with a lot of caveats, because I didn't want to misquote you.
Okay.
So it sounds like that's the answer to our question. Anybody disagree?
I just want to make sure that we're keeping a close eye on it feels a little hard to visualize from kind of the above picture. As long as we sort of instead of thinking does this structure fit in the setback, I like to think about sort of the function of the setback. So as long as there's still room for the vegetation that we need kind of along the fence and the buffer to that house that it's really close to. For me, the difference between parking and the ramp is just that the cars will be moving, but they won't be moving with the lights into that house.
That's right.
So I can't sort of, we've got the building line, we've got setbacks to the building, and I feel like there are a couple of pieces of the layout of this building that are going to adjust with the peer review and the kind of making sure that we hit the other space requirements for the building. So I want to make sure that if we approve it, that we leave room, always picturing that sort of green mat for the Lego set, being able to scoot the building to kind of infringe more on, one side or the other, depending on what ends up working best to optimize. Remember Emily's sight line from her kitchen, and, is it closer to the street? Are we keeping Canal feeling open because there's lots of student and parent traffic on that street? Are we allowing the 12-foot sidewalks? So think about it sort of as where do we want to put it on the mat once we've got our open space buffer protected and all of those things. So I'm less attached to whether the ramp as parking or driving, and more attached to making sure that we don't keep sort of creeping into the setback and lose the scale that we promised, the use of the space that we need. Can a tree bloom there? You know, those sorts of things. Without everyone saying the tree's over my car and I can't drive out and not get stuff dropped on it. So I don't know if that answered anything, but that's how I think about it.
Other thoughts? John, Brian, Amy?
As far as the retaining wall, I agree with Tom. I think about it the same. I think about it the same way.
I think I also agree, and I think it's also important to note that given this is a fairly small lot, so in order to fit a ramp and underground parking to enable for ground floor commercial and activation, I'm not sure mathematically speaking if it can get smaller underground with turn radii and where the park, like in theory you could say, okay, well, if the building just got smaller, you could have less parking, it would take up less space, but I'm honestly not sure that's even the case just because of the turn radius and how long a parking spot has to be to fit a car, especially with today's day and age. So I think it is also just like a math equation of fitting all the things into this specific site.
But again, if we get the setbacks right for the whole building, does it have to go from a 14 unit to a 12 unit, in which case you're fitting less under?
But again, I don't know that reduction actually makes an impact on the footprint of the parking space. Like it doesn't automatically become open space because it's under the building. You still need to have the same turn radius, whether it's 14 or 2.
Yeah.
And a car is still 22 feet long or 19 feet long.
Yeah, but if you only have to fit 2 cars, you can scoot the ramp under the building footprint, right? You just wouldn't use the
not if it's across from each other. Like if you look at where the ramp ends and the parking spot starts, unless in theory it was like dead space, which isn't going to happen. Realistically speaking, I think if we want this site to be developed in a manner that is going to be more than like 1 or 2 units or maybe 3, and we want underground parking to activate commercial on the first floor or ground level, I'd be interested to see if it would even fit in a smaller footprint just because of how tight the lot is and how much space you need for the down ramp, for the turning, the backing out, the getting up, accessibility. Maybe I think we heard public comment last time we reviewed this. The parking spaces were already tight. I know that Diab had questions about they were wide enough as it was. So it's already tight down there, and we're gonna have to talk about how many parking spaces we need anyways for this site. So, but I think the 12-foot 2 versus 10 is probably more of the conversation than the 12-foot 2 versus the 20 for this particular application.
Taylor, do we need to take a vote on this question?
I would come to an agreement. I don't know if you want to vote on it, but definitely come to an agreement to let the applicant know that in future renditions of his plan that he can continue to have the ramp in its location.
Works for me. Anybody have a disagreement?
Can I ask a question? Because on the chart that you made, Taylor, there was green and there was yellow. And I'm not sure what the difference in your thinking between green and yellow was. They both appear to be compliant in both the there. I'm not sure why one is yellow and one is green. If you could just explain what you were thinking there, just so I understand. There's not a problem with color.
Brian, it's whether thinking of the ramp as a structure or a parking spot.
It's just simply what we're discussing.
12.2 is compliant with the parking abutting residential line if we consider the ramp parking. 12.2 is not compliant with the primary structure line if we consider the ramp a primary structure.
Okay, got it. So Yeah, so that's what I thought we meant. So I agree with what I think I'm hearing others say, that I think both of those are compliant with this. So I would put those both as green in my mind, is what I'm saying. That would be my recommendation, but I have other issues, but that's not an issue.
I would agree with that.
I would.
All right, so we can move on to the parking count. The applicant's requesting a waiver on the requirement for 16 spaces.
Yes, that is correct. So 16 spaces are required, 14 spaces for the residential, 2 for the commercial. Provided is 14, a request for a waiver of 2 additional spaces. The applicant has committed to 2 off-site spots at 846 Main Street. That can be used as a reason to grant the waiver or not. There is also based off of reasons to grant a waiver, you could use that there's a bus stop within 100 feet. It would reduce traffic on Canal Street, less space is dedicated to parking, more to housing, less impact on the environment, low traffic use proposed, if business hours, on-street parking available. These are just examples used from the design guidelines and bylaw.
I have a question for the applicant. So, I mean, I can see, Mr. Marino, that you really shoehorned in those spaces. I don't see how you can get another space or 2 in there. My only question is, would it be possible, thank you, Taylor, I want to look at this. Would it be possible to excavate closer to the 2 setbacks and then, cover them? I know it would add expense, but would you be able to gain a couple spaces, say if you excavated to the I guess that's the north end there, toward the lot there, or is that and I'm not even sure if that's allowed, so maybe.
In theory, physically we could dig further towards the north, towards Woburn, and try to squeeze in a couple of extra spots. It looks like, by my eye, we would just make it subterranean on the line to possibly fit 2 more spaces. I mean, I will certainly look at that. It's a definite maybe. Sure.
I was curious about the dimensions of the compact car spaces.
I'd have to defer to Mike on that one to see what those spaces are. I think they're a little shorter by my recollection.
Yeah,
Not
they're
as long as the ones on Main Street.
in the packet you handed out to us last week. All of the spots, compact, handicap, and regular, are all 8 feet 10 inches wide, and the main difference is how long they are. Compact are 17 feet, and every other spot is 19. But that kind of goes back to Diob's question about them needing to be 9 feet wide, I think, which obviously if you need to add 2 more inches to every space, you're probably losing a spot or 2. So I guess clarification on that requirement as well would be helpful to know if it is actually 14 in the current proposal, or if they do need to be wider.
I would
Taylor,
like to go ahead.
I was just going to ask Taylor if he knows in response to Diob's comments from last week.
The applicant, what's on the plans is what's currently proposed. If the spaces need to be adjusted, they can. The applicant has mentioned that he's willing to revise any of the plans. He's just going to wait for the conclusion of the design peer review before he goes through revising everything.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I was just asking if do parking spaces have to be 9 feet wide, or is the 8 feet 10 inches wide acceptable?
No, they have to be. They have to be 9 feet wide.
Okay, so we're looking at
compact spaces are allowed as far as I know, but they definitely have to be 9
so there's
feet.
as pictured, and I know this is a first draft and I totally understand that, but as pictured, there's 9 parking spots that are listed as 8 feet 10 inches wide, which is going to add another 2 inches per spot, 18 inches, foot and a half, which there doesn't seem to be a ton of space for. So can we even fit the 14 proposed spots here? I guess is the rhetorical follow-up question. Because you might not even have 14, I guess.
Right.
They
Yeah.
can't
So
fit.
they'll have to prove that, and if not, they'll have to revise it.
But I guess working on the assumption that we can even fit the 14.
I would propose that we defer this discussion of waiver until we give Mr. Marino a chance to react to the submission from the peer reviewer and revise accordingly, and also to consider the suggestion that perhaps some additional excavation on the north side would yield 2 more spaces. I think those are all open questions. If anybody disagrees with us, say so.
Those were the parking's a really significant concern for the neighborhood, so I think you're being smart there.
And I would add to that, I'm not thrilled with the idea of the 2 additional offsite spaces down the street, like a block and a half away. I don't think anybody would use them. Anybody who lived in this building.
I
Just my
think it's a
opinion.
nice amenity for a second car
Maybe.
or a
Yep.
guest, but
Yep,
I
or
don't think that
guest.
I don't think that it can really justify a lack of on-site parking.
Yeah,
As
and
much as the offer is nice.
I'm sensitive to the
I agree.
neighbors. I'm sensitive to the neighbors' complaint, which I think is valid, that the spillover would be on their street or on their sidewalks. Guests and whatnot would be on Main Street and Canal Street. So we have to be sensitive to that.
My opinion that the shared parking option, which is in the bylaw, one could read it many ways, but I read it as if you have 2 very different uses that use different, either adjacent buildings or the same building that have 2 very different uses, you might not need, birds on a truck. You don't need them all flying at the same time. Half can be landed. In this case, I'm not sure that 2 parking spaces several doors down or a block down on a building that has very similar use necessarily is, in my mind, would be eligible for that shared parking use. So I would be very skeptical of supporting that. In fact, I think I said that at our first building, that I was hesitant to really want to have the developer pay for a design review while there's still this cloud hanging over of whether they can physically fit enough parking. Because if they can't, then I'm not sure what we're doing. I do appreciate if it was right next door, I might feel differently. It's not, so it's I'm uncomfortable with inadequate parking for some of the premier developments that are going to be on Main Street right away. And first of all, the neighbors are going to be rightfully pissed if we approve a development that has too few parking spaces per the requirement. They'd like 20 more, and they're not going to get that. But to be shy even 2 is I don't think it's okay.
Well said.
I think when we did the zoning, we did this last year. Whenever we did 2 years ago, we thought of this as being the minimum. We did not. This was the bottom. We would not really have any discussion about reducing it beyond this. So I've
kind of assumed developers would want to go over because the demand would be for it.
Yeah, we just read a market analysis about people wanting more parking downtown. They don't want it here too. So I think we're kind of in agreement.
The only thing that I would add is if the accessible space does not meet the minimum requirements, then that would require a variance from the Architectural Access Board. There is no, I don't think we have a provision for compact parking spaces in our bylaws.
I don't think so.
Maybe you could give relief to that, but the accessible space is non-negotiable. It has to meet the requirements, or you go for a variance.
I would venture to guess that that accessible space as depicted there that just went away is appropriate. It's got the area on one side that's hashed out. You can't park there.
But I thought I heard that it was reduced. The size of that space was reduced. I mean, it's very clear. Very clear guidelines on what the dimensions are of accessible space. If it meets it, that's great. If it doesn't, that's not something that we can give relief on. That has to go to the architectural access.
Approve this, and then you look at it and say nope, and get kicked back to us or to someone else if we approved something that was out of compliance with the disability, whatever that group is.
Exactly. So I mean, there are no dimensions on there, so it very well may meet. I just don't know because there's no dimensions there. But the point is, if it meets, that's great. If it doesn't, none of us can give relief on that. That has to go to the state.
Got it. Okay.
It sounds like everyone is kind of in agreement that the board is uncomfortable considering a waiver on the parking. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. So I think it's if that is the case, it's kind of fair to say to the proponent, the options kind of are at 14 units, you need 16, or at 14 parking, the maximum unit count for 14 is 12. Like, so can you fit the 2 extra to be compliant, or can you reduce the unit count? I feel like that's the only way the maths if the waiver is kind of off the table for the board. And I feel like giving him that guidance might be, I would think, helpful. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth.
You were just way more articulate than I've been trying to be the last 2 meetings, which is to say that I feel that way, and I wanted the applicant to know that so that we didn't go down rabbit holes that I'm not prepared to give waivers for, but I'm but one member. Now it sounds like I'm at least 2 members.
I agree. We should not encourage the applicant to spend money with a consultant thinking that we're going to be okay with the parking. The parking is always a very big issue with all of these projects, and they should kind of know what the resources are for parking. I think we're all talking about for this project, you're going to need 16 spaces.
Compliant spaces, 16 compliant spaces.
Exactly. No, 16. Yeah, it's not an 8'10" is not a compliant space. It's the spaces as defined in the bylaw. For me, it's easy for me to talk about a space that's a little shorter in length than 19 feet, but narrowing it up is something I'd have to think about.
If I'm not out of order, I would move to deny this waiver.
Second.
Any further discussion? I was thinking that we would postpone this until after, but I'll move the question. Brian.
Aye.
Amy.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
And I vote no. Next up, the historic preservation plan. You want to, let's see, is that it there? Page, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Marino. I thought this rationale was very well put together. It makes a lot of sense to me. I trust you all got a chance to read this.
Yeah.
I wish to state once again for the record that the current owner, Mr. Chen, has the legal authority to tear this building down tomorrow if he wants to. But that said, it was demonstrated to my satisfaction that the applicant has made a very strong effort to see if he could save this building, incorporate it into his new building. And from what the conclusion I draw is that It is not economically feasible for a number of reasons, as he stated here in his rationale. We can get granular on this, but other thoughts on this?
I mean, if they go forward with the peer review design, I think this should be included in the packet, and I'm hoping she can comment on missed opportunity. I mean, we want this to be well vetted because there's a lot of interest in preserving the building. So it makes sense to me, but I'm way out of my lane. So hopefully this is helpful for the background that's already been done, so she's not stuck reinventing the wheel and
Just for the record, this is the original design that incorporated the existing building. Is that correct?
It was also no commercial.
No commercial. It was
It was more units and less parking, I think.
Yeah, definitely less parking. 2 residential units, small units on the first floor under the original part of the original structure core, and 2 floors of residential units above.
So
The unit matrix is right there. You can see it at the bottom of the page.
Yeah, 15 units and 8 parking.
Right.
If I'm counting, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a mix of pros and cons for the neighborhood. Neighborhood likes preservation. Neighborhood would hate having that little parking on this site, and God, I don't know how you would rent or sell any of these with half a parking space per unit. Obviously, when you made these plans up, you had a thought of it, but I don't think it's economically feasible. Someone who lives there wants a car, I think. So
the setbacks for this were also tighter. It was a little like
Taylor, what action are we considering here today, or any action at all?
This was specifically requested by members of the public and other advisory boards, so we wanted to put it into the meetings that we could discuss it. There are, I think that this conversation shouldn't end here. I think that really it should come back up after the peer review. When looking through, I mean, just looking at this site plan, for example, a lot of this defies zoning. But when we're looking, so the site plan would need a lot of work, but when we're looking at the elevations, I think that there's a lot that can be done with retaining the feel, retaining the look of the existing structure with the new one. And if that's the will of the board and will of the community, I have a feeling that the opponent would be amenable to that. So I think that we should revisit these exact drawings, like Carrie said, through the design review process, and try to, it is the applicant's intent to take the building down and reconstruct. And if that's going to be the case, we should work to have him reconstruct in a way which is more in kind with the existing structure than is currently proposed.
That's very well put, Taylor. I appreciate that. I would also make a point, I believe I'm correct in saying that this design was done before the mixed use district bylaw passed. Is that correct?
That's correct. So this would have been for GBD 2.
Yeah. So obviously this is not in keeping with the spirit or the letter of the law of the bylaw. So we'd have to reject this out of hand for a lot of reasons. But I think your point's well taken. Let Wendy consider this. As Brian said, there are a lot of elements here that I like, and she will run with it. Further thoughts on that topic?
That's great. Sums it up for me.
Open space and landscaping. Again, I think I appreciate the acknowledgement of the applicant. I think, again, this falls back on a postponing the discussion or any decision in this matter because of the potential implications of the peer reviewer report may have significant, or maybe not, but may have impact on this question. Anybody have contrary opinion?
I won't hop to emotion here, but I did before because I think this is another firm line that we should hold. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a big piece of setting the tone for the corridor and fulfilling the promise to the neighborhood that that 50% open space is the breathing room around the building.
yeah,
And to be really careful not to sort of like slowly encroach on that and build a wall of mixed use structures that box the neighborhood off from the street.
agreed.
I agree with what Carrie just said, every word of it, but I would also add that I really appreciate the applicant um, seemingly to commit to moving the dog run to a different location or doing something else. I think that goes a lot of goodwill there because I think that was just sort of directly in front of a homeowner. I thought I really appreciate that change. I think it goes a long way. It could be on the side, which is going to be next to what is it, Gloria's over there, or whatever's on the other side, and some other mixed use development going to be over there at some time in the future. But like directly abutting a neighbor to have your dogs out there, 6 a.m. barking. I think I appreciate that. So thank you.
I agree with that. John or Amy?
Agreed.
Agreed.
All right. So to conclude, as I said, Mr. Marino earlier, and I trust you would agree that the peer reviewer has 30 days to present a report to us, which would be, well, on June 11th, I guess. And that would give you a couple of weeks, 3 weeks to revise anything that needs to be revised, take into consideration her suggestions. And our meeting, obviously June 9th would be too soon. I think if July 7th makes sense to you, then we will put you on our agenda for that night. Is that amenable to you?
July 7th. Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay. You think that gives you enough time to respond to the
peer reviewer, Wendy has 30 days from now.
Yeah.
That brings us to, okay, so May, June. Yeah, that should be fine. I think Mike will be able to, yeah. Let's go with that. June 7th, July 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Anything further on this topic? Hearing none, I will
So
thank
I
you.
actually do have one
Go ahead.
thing. I would showing my ignorance on this. I really want to hear back from town engineer at some point, which we've already seen stuff. People keep on bringing up the wellheads. I want to understand the wellhead and whatever it is that we need to understand for both this site and other sites on this street, so that I don't feel ignorant of this topic. So I don't need to know any about that tonight, but I feel like I would like to hear back from town engineer, and maybe you already have it out to look back, because I keep on hearing more and more about this from the community. So I want to make sure I'm not, I just want to not be ignorant, and I want somebody to say it's all good or it's not all good. So
yeah, and we want to respond to the community's concerns. Absolutely, Brian. Good point.
Oh, we have the applicant here. I had an offline, I know we have materials from the engineer on this, but I had kind of a side chat with Elaine Vreeland, the conservation commissioner or administrator or whatever her title is, who suggested if we're concerned about any contamination in the fill, right? Because the concern is that this is going to be, fill that gets removed, and disturbed on the site. So, in the event of rain or water, there's a chance it would go back into the waterway. So she said one of sort of like the cheapest, easiest things you can do to screen quickly is, and I don't know the timing of it, I don't know the details of it, but you can get a priorities pollutant panel done on the soil. And that's kind of your quick read on like, what are we dealing with here? Which might be really reassuring to, Emily and her 3 or 4-year-old who are right next door. That might be something that we think about once the land is disturbed. I thought that was a helpful insight.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else?
I'd just like to point out that the applicant did submit a full stormwater report. It's in the packet. Anyone from the community who's interested in reviewing it can go to the packet and review it. It's not something that's necessary for the board. I don't believe it's something necessary for the board to review at this time, but it will be a part of the special permit or the site plan review, and it will be reviewed. I think we just have a few more pressing things at this time.
Yep, that's why we pay the town engineer the big bucks.
Who doesn't love a hydrology report?
Yes.
They don't get to have it all to themselves.
Right. We get some of the fun.
We want some of that, sure.
All right. On that note, I will end this portion of the hearing and thank you again, Mr. Marino, for your patience and your cooperation. Very much
Absolutely.
appreciated.
Thank
Very
you
much
all.
appreciated.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll see you in July 7th.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay, next up, 972 Main Street. The request of Sid Gilat for a determination by the planning board regarding significance of proposed modifications to a previously approved special permit. Taylor, you want to take the lead on this?
Yep. So we have an application here. It's actually not even a formal application yet. It's a request from the applicant. Anyone on the applicant team, can you please raise your hand so I give you the opportunity to speak and present? This was approved on October 21st, 2025. And some revisions need to be made. Additional relief, like rear parking setback to the abutting residential. This relief needed to be required in order to get permitted from the building department. Thus, they are returning back to ask for such relief. The planning board may determine that the relief that's being requested is not a significant change and can just allow a simple amendment to the special permit, just allowing the project to move forward as revised, or the planning board may determine that it is a significant change and reopen the special permit scope to be determined about how much you'd want to review. In my memo, I mentioned the things that have changed. There are some architectural changes. There's some changes to parking, dumpster location. Like the biggest relief request is the rear parking setback abutting residential.
I should have pointed this out before. John Cortizas has recused himself on this portion of our hearing. Sorry, I meant not mention that sooner. I'm sorry, go ahead, Taylor.
I think I'm all set. I think it would be appropriate to allow the applicant to present or speak to their rationale as to why they're seeking additional relief and go through the changes that they have made or the revisions that they have made to their plans.
Is Sid? Michael Cabral. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sid Gallup from Treetop Group. We are back here again. And I have Mike Cabral with me. He's our attorney who's helping us with the process. And I also have Tim Johnson, who's our architect, getting us through with the building permit. Just so you guys to know why and how we are here. I would just give you guys the background, and the in-depth detail could be further followed by Mike and Tim directly. So when we got approval and we got the decision recorded, we started working on the building permit side of it, and that's the time when we started interacting with the building commissioner on the building permit itself. There were several items which was uh, back and forth requested by building commissioner, and what we tried to do in all those processes were trying to work with him to address those issues. And in the process, whatever we were approved um, at that time in October, we have not asked anything more than what it was approved at the time. All we have done is, if you, and I can share a chart with you guys, which was created by our architect, we have reduced most of the requirements than what it was approved. So, having said that, I mean, I could go through each and every item. If I can share that, if I'm allowed.
Yeah, you can get the screen.
Okay, all right. So can you guys see this?
Yes.
The building comparison, what was approved and what proposed. And 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 I also want to tell you why certain things were reduced and why not. So for example, um, the open space and the building dimension, these are the two over here. So when you guys approved it at that time, we were 50% the lot coverage and the open space. That was correct. And you guys asked for the more balconies and everything, which we guys included at the time. But when we went to the building permitting process at that time, um, the building commissioner has a view that the balconies are part of the structure, so that somehow that increases our lot coverage. So then we said, okay, why don't we remove the back balconies, and then we also try to minimize and or infill all those balconies, and also what we did, like for example, the building dimension. This was the approved dimension. We tried to also reduce where we can, and with that, the approved building footprint was 6,239 square feet, but now it's 6,000. Open space, I already told you. Stories remain the same. The building height, what was approved and what we are ended up right now is smaller, from 44.5 to 43 at grade this. As far as the setback goes, the front setback, this is the main street to the base. The proposed is now less, because the one thing, our aisles, which was approved, the driveway aisles, the travel lane, which was 20 feet, but we were asked to do 24. So I mean, this thing is in front of you guys. What I'm trying to say, the bottom line is that we didn't did any changes to what you guys had already approved, to say, I want bigger, I want more unit, I want more parking, or I want more height, or I want extra setback. What we tried to do in past 6 months is work with the building department to satisfy as much as possible their need. And like Taylor said, the only thing which was approved, the parking which were outside, outside parking, which was 5 foot setback, and that was raised that it has to be 10 feet. So that's where here we are, and I feel like we haven't done any changes, and this is not significant. And if we can, look through all details. I mean, Mike has already submitted the narrative. He could take over and show and walk you through it. And then if you have any further question, Tim and I, we can respond architectural side.
Chair, would you like me to do that at this point, or would you
Yes.
like to see more from?
No, go ahead.
Okay, great. And just as by way of procedural background, as the board knows, this is the first go around was roughly a year ago this month, where there was an application that was for an all residential building. After numerous hearings, that project was denied by the board. And that's when Sid and Treetop came back with this mixed use project with an application date of August of last year. That was followed by, it looks like, 4 public hearings. As the decision notes, numerous public comment at that time, certainly significant vetting by the board and numerous plan changes along the way. The board voted on October 21st. The decision was filed October 28th. No one appealed that. Our office picked up that decision. We've recorded with the Registry of Deeds. And as Sid was saying, when this went for permit review to the building commissioner's office, some other issues arose that may have been considered violations. But our position is, even if that's true, the board had these plans before them last year. And so with that prior, not only site plan approval, and the site plan would have shown any dimensional nonconformities, so to speak, the site plan was approved, but the special permit was approved as well. I think as Taylor noted, the largest one being the 10-foot setback to the rear of the property, which abuts residential, without getting into, well, this is a corner lot, is that really a rear yard, a side yard? Just for the sake of argument, assuming that was supposed to be 10 feet, our position would be that was approved by the board. That was a 5-foot setback with buffering, screening, a fence being shown as well. And certainly Sid is happy to comply with that, shows on his proposed plans that he's going to comply with that 5-foot back with screening. If the board has any additional requests to be made for screening, we're more than happy to listen to that as well. So I think what you'll see is on these plans, not any material changes, because material would be what I would consider something more detrimental or an additional ask of the board. I think what you'll see is taking the building commissioner's notes and actually complying with these as well. I think the dumpster location and trash enclosure as well, that was the revised plans relocate that so to not to mitigate those visibility concerns along Glenwood Ave. There was an issue raised about the accessible and van parking, which I think the board just took up with the last project here on Main Street. That has been revised to now be conforming so as to not require a waiver or variance from the AAB. As Sid just mentioned, the drive aisle was previously 20 feet. Again, we would argue that that was approved because that was on the site plans approved by this board. But to satisfy that, that has now been increased to 24 feet to allow for better turning radiuses and traffic flow through the property. The window wells have been removed at the front of the property, so those are no longer in the setback. And parallel parking dimensions have been increased to be compliant as well. There was questions on, again, which the board just discussed, stormwater and wellhead protection. Our client has said, and they'll comply with all stormwater regulations as well. So as you can see, our client would certainly not consider these to be material changes to the plans that would necessitate opening up this special permit in site plan again after such extensive review and consideration by the board. We also think that I've reviewed the decision again, and I think the board does allow the planning department and building commissioner to make these type of changes or approve these type of changes, what I would consider informally, rather than to reopen the hearing and issue a new decision. There's latitude given in the board's decision for these type of what I would call design review changes that don't necessitate additional waivers from the board. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer, or if you'd like to go through the plans, architect Tim Johnson is on as well. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Can I
Go.
share a document? Are you okay with me
Yes.
share some images?
Yes.
Because I think I might have to have you, maybe it's gonna let me do it. Okay, do you see the image that I put up?
Yes.
So the top image is what we approved, and the bottom image, granted it's in black and white and not in color, is the image of what's being before us right now, whether that's a significant change. At a design level, that seems pretty significant to me.
I would agree.
I tend to agree with some of the things that Mr. Cabral just said as far as the parking setbacks. I think I thought we were approving a 5-foot setback for the parking behind. I have no problem with the 5-foot parking setback in this location. If we did not formally approve it and we need to do that, I'm fine with that. This, to me, that it looks a little like a bait and switch to me. The top building, I think, is my apologies if this comes across as me being critical of any architect or anybody else. The top building, I think, is in a very attractive building, welcoming building that we would like to see on Main Street. The bottom building is less so. So I see a dramatic design change here that I think it's hard to look past and say, well, it's just a little bit of difference. Part of site plan review and a special permit review. This is part of site plan review and special permit review, and it's a big change. I get the reasons that were brought forward why these things happened. I would have rather had them come before us and say, we got all these things from the building commissioner who said, this is not compliant, this is not compliant, and we could have walked through them and said, well, we're prepared to waive what we can on this and we'll waive what we can on that and look at what we can't waive. I'm not pleased with the building on the bottom. So I think I'll stop there and say I'm fine with the parking on the back. That doesn't bother me. I thought we approved that. I don't think the top building and the bottom building are even in the same league. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brian. Other comments from board members?
I agree with Brian. That's not a subtle find the changes, sort of game you play in the waiting room. That's a pretty blatant, are these different buildings, and they are.
I agree. I remember we worked with the applicant and his architect to refine that. And I understand, Sid, that you had to eliminate a couple of those balconies. I get that, as Brian nodded.
Can I just talk? So I don't think again, this is not a bait and switch. I agree with you guys. The first building is the one that's the building I want. That's the building we want to build. So I don't think Tim has like the full set in front of it. And I again, Tim, you could tell me. I mean, I saw it, but I mean, the building which we presented, the colors. I remember I was with you guys for longest period of time.
Yeah.
I want such type of colors,
yeah.
And we agreed on the recession part, the change in the middle. I would keep all that stuff. I that's why I said, can I interject on it?
Sure.
Keep exactly what the design is. If we can agree on the other stuff, and Tim, I mean, I don't know how, if your model or something shows that way when you're, I know you're not done 100% as of right now, because we are still working. It's not a final permit set, so I can assure that we'll have those designs. And just to clarify.
Tim, as the architect, would he like to share this with us?
Share the drawings, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yeah, as Sid was just saying, we really spent our time addressing Mr. Kennedy's concerns, and he was very generous with his time, and we have still a way to go to work on the exterior style, the colors. As you can see, we've only shown one or two materials on the outside of the building. So there is work to do. We haven't even worked on the colors yet. So we're really focused on addressing Mr. Kennedy's concerns. So having said that, but I think if you go back to that comparison, you can see that the main massing of the two buildings are the same.
Yes, I see that.
So you're really talking about exterior finishes, colors, and details, which would be the next phase for this particular 3D model. So if, Mr. Chair, would you like me to run through the drawings, sir?
Please, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So this is the, as you know, this is the corner lot. Main Street is at the bottom, Glenwood Ave is on the left. We have our curb cut coming off Glenwood Ave, as you're all familiar with our 4 parking spaces in the rear with our 5-foot buffer zone. At the top right corner, we created a loading zone, which would not interfere with any of the cars coming out of the garage, per Mr. Kennedy's request. We moved the trash room and the bike room to the right side of the building as it's shown on the plan. So the trash room is now interior instead of exterior. And it also clears up any view. It clears up the view corridor along Glenwood Ave as clients are, as residents are exiting the facility.
So the trash removal vehicle pulls to the end of this driveway and unloads through the door that we're seeing on the left of the trash room?
No, yes, the garbage truck does go to the end of this side, the end of the driveway, and there's a garage door.
Okay.
And it opens directly into the trash room.
Okay. Oh,
Right.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so we also are providing a, as you know, 15 to 25 parking spaces. One is required to be handicap accessible. In lieu of that one space, you could do a van parking space, which is 11 feet wide with an 8-foot 2-inch clearance. We've provided that space in the garage. They were also showing 19 parking spaces, which the previous approved plan also showed. Existing site plan. So again, the 3D views, again, the same massing. We followed the same footprint that was approved. We are showing 2-to-1 proportion windows. These are double hung windows, which we felt were more in context with the surrounding buildings. The board sees it differently. We're also providing our 77% of glazing on the front, 33% on the side. The balconies now are recessed. They're not overhanging the sidewalk or the front setback area. We did this because Mr. Kennedy included those balconies in the building footprint square footage, so we had to pull them in. So the original version that you approved, it does have balconies hanging off the building. It does have glass railings. It does have casement with awning windows, a little bit more contemporary aesthetic. And this is an aesthetic we could certainly apply to this building. However, the underlying point is the massing is the same. However, it is a smaller building than what was approved. Some bird's eye views of the building. You already saw the lower level. We have a besides the parking. We have a lower commercial basement space and also a unit, which would our duplex unit. Most of the units have not changed, so I don't really think I need to go through those. But what I can point out here is that the front window wells were removed. And we have one window well on the right side, as shown on the drawing. We did this because Mr. Kennedy requested that the travel lane in the rear be increased from what was approved at 20 feet to 24 feet, which we did. So we needed to move the window well and or get rid of one bedroom in the lower level of Unit 1B. The upper floors are mostly the same. Again, all the balconies are recessed to keep a floor plate of 6,000 square feet. Third floor. Roof plan, and to get into the building sections here. So you can see this is a cross section. Main Street is on the right. The travel lane and parking is on the left of the site of the sheet. You can see it shows our elevator core, stairwell. Just other buildings showing our floor to floors. In the commercial space, we'll have a clear ceiling of 10 feet. And then on the upper floors, we have a floor to floor of 10.5 feet. So some of the units may, if the smaller units, they'll have a taller ceiling and create a nicer space. Even a small space feels bigger with a taller ceiling. Longitudinal section. And then again, the elevations. If you did overlay this elevation over the approved elevation, they match up pretty closely. Again, we focused on addressing Mr. Kennedy's concerns, and this is the first pass at the style or the aesthetics of the building. But what we did do here, proportionally, for example, the windows are 2-to-1 proportion. We use other proportional tools to lay things out on the sheet. And we went with double hung windows. We felt those were more contextual. The roof there is a simulated slate roof. So to give a nice heavy top to the building. This is Main Street, so we felt something a little bit more substantial than just 1 or 2 ply asphalt shingles would work well here. This is the elevation along Glenwood Ave. This is our rear elevation. You can probably take note of the garage door to the left of the center door, the egress door. You can see that's a 8-foot 4-inch door. That is our van accessible space.
And then the door on the far left is for the garbage.
Yes, that the far left is the opening for the trash room. And then finally the northwest elevation. So that is a quick overview, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? If not, I'd like to hear from if Tom Kennedy has any thoughts based on what he saw here.
Yeah, sure. First thing I want to make very clear that my concerns are only related to meeting zoning requirements. It's not a personal preference. It is, you decide what relief, the board decides what relief that you offer the applicant. I only share what meets or does not meet zoning requirements, and I picked up on quite a few. So if the proposal is a 20-foot driveway and our zoning requirements require a 24-foot driveway, That's up to the board to decide whether or not you want to okay 20 feet. So everything that I brought up is to make sure that the building met zoning requirements. I think, quite frankly, there were a few that I brought up before the vote to approve the permit or the special permit that were not, maybe not addressed, but there are a lot of things here that do not meet zoning, that have not been addressed. And if the board decides to offer relief, then I can issue a permit. If the board decides not to offer relief, I cannot issue a permit. I think it's as simple as that.
Okay. Thank you.
I can get a little bit more specific if you like, or I could be quiet.
No, I think that would be helpful, Tom. Thank you.
You take a look. So the board may or may not known what they were doing with. So it's a 10-foot buffer zone that's required in the back. A 5-foot buffer zone was approved. To meet the Architectural Access Board requirements, I just want the board to make sure that they understand that that 5-foot buffer zone that you have now will likely need to become concrete, so that is an access aisle for accessible parking.
I see.
So you will not have a buffer zone, or you will not have a landscape buffer zone. You may have a concrete or an asphalt buffer zone.
Would it be possible to, you're saying that entire length from the street all the way to the end of the lot there needs to be concrete or asphalt, be it as it may?
It's the back. So it's the back 4 parking spaces.
I understand that. So, but that 5-foot buffer zone, could we have could we intersperse it with some plantings at all? It has to be solid.
No, you cannot. It has to be a 5-foot clear path buffer zone.
To enable them to get in and out of
I'm sorry, access aisle, to enable somebody in a wheelchair to have full access.
For all 4 spots?
For all 4 spots.
Okay. So that would be that would have to be a waiver on our part.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think the tandem parking would also need to be a waiver on your part. So the way the bylaw reads, in the CBD, you can have tandem parking. Anywhere in other areas of Winchester, the bylaw specifically states that I'm not sure what the wording is, and I may not phrase this exactly correctly, but you cannot make one car move to get the other car out, which is clearly the case. Now you can grant a waiver for that and say that there's an auto attendant, which is the other person that's living in the space that is assigned to, but that requires a special, a waiver from you. You just simply can't say that parking meets zoning requirements. The 20-foot, 24-foot, 20 was approved. It's clear that 24-foot meets zoning. So again, you could grant all these waivers, but I cannot issue a permit unless you grant the waivers.
I see. Okay.
And one more thing, the land surveyor who with the 48 or 47, I can't remember the exact date, of open space, the land surveyor is the one that pointed this out in the initial plan that was submitted a year ago. They are the ones that said that the balconies count and there's only 40% open space, 47% open space. So that was not my determination. That was your land surveyor that made that statement.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Is that it?
That's it.
I appreciate that very much, Tom. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for some clarification?
Yes, go ahead.
So when these items are before the board and there's this review and there's request for changes in the plans and the plans and site plan are approved, is that tantamount to approving these waivers so that for future purposes, we sort of at the applicant level in discussing with the building commissioner know, well, these were the approved plans and therefore the board approved these and therefore waivers were given? Or are we looking for specific waivers in the decision? Because it was our understanding that these items were shown on the approved plans. I think Mr. Kennedy's right that these issues were raised prior to the vote, and the board went ahead and voted to approve these.
Yes.
So would those be considered waivers of these specific items so that we can clarify that moving ahead with the permit requests with Mr. Kennedy? And in addition, and Mr. Kennedy, maybe you can give some guidance on this, is if the access is not needed now, but may be needed in the future because someone requires that handicap accessibility, is that something that could be changed at a future date upon request? Or is that something that needs to be done in the permit plans for approval?
It's a great question. So the way the AAB regulations read is that you need to be able to convert the spaces to meet the needs of the future residents. So it's probably unlikely that you would need 4 accessible parking spaces. But if you needed 1 accessible parking space beyond the van space, that whole access aisle would need to conform.
Okay, understood. And for that van space, since again, maybe even more unlikely that we need van space, but in the meantime, if handicap parking was required, could that accessible space be located where the van space is proposed now? And then I guess what we're talking about is potentially additional spaces that may need to exist on the exterior of the property. You can see what I'm getting at is that we're talking about hypotheticals that may or may not exist in the future. So for the benefit of the project, could they start with a buffered landscape zone and then transform all or a portion of that upon need or request in the future?
I would say that if you do not, so these, all the units, because you have an elevator in the space in the building, they're considered group 1 units. Group 1 units specifically say that not only does the interior, but the exterior needs to be able to be converted to meet the needs of the future residents. So I don't think any of us can predict how many spaces may be. Now, if these are open spaces, and this is where I think we went with these, you cannot have assigned spaces outside of the tandem parking spaces, because if you deed the 4 parking spaces outside, and somebody needs an accessible parking space, it's deeded. You cannot give that to them. So the 4 spaces outside are non-deeded spaces. Those are not assigned. Those are whoever grabs them. If 3 people need accessible parking spaces, then 3 of those spaces need to be converted to accessible parking spaces. If one of them requires an accessible parking space, that 5-foot buffer zone becomes a 5-foot buffer zone from the point of where they're getting out of the car to where they're getting into the building. So you have to assume that that whole left to right back space would become an access.
Or Mr. Kennedy, could we designate one of those spaces that might be closest to a building ingress to make sure that the portion surrounding that vehicle was accessible?
So that's not that would not be not that's not my decision. So I think what like I said, the way that the AAB reads is that they all I'm making kind of an assumption that you probably will not need more than 4 accessible parking spaces. If we provide 4, then you likely will meet the needs of the residents of the building. But if you read the letter of how the code reads, every parking space needs to be able to be converted in the future to an accessible parking space.
Every single parking space.
Every single parking space, because you don't know if unit number 1A will need a space, or 5B or 14A. You don't know. So when you start to assign them is where it starts to get tricky. If it's all open parking spaces, then you can say, the homeowners association can say, I can take 2 or 3 of those parking spaces and slap an accessible parking space on there. But when you start to assign them, you lose the ability. So everything that's inside the building, you lose the ability to assign those to people that may need accessible parking. And that's why the request was to keep the 4 spots outside unassigned and not deeded, so that they can be converted. If need be, who knows whether they will or will not be. But again, that's the that's the Architectural Access Board. And by all means, call them, speak with them. I ran this by them. They 100% agree with me.
And to be clear, our client is more than happy to do that. More than happy to not specifically assign these 4 parking spaces to the rear to any unit owner. More than happy to stipulate at the time of construction, this will be a vegetated buffer zone. And more than happy to stipulate that if that buffer zone requires accessibility in the future, then that will be done as well. And Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the decision now, and under the decision number 6, it requests the applicant to apply to the select board for designation of an on-street ADA accessible parking space along Main Street. If such designation is not granted, the applicant shall provide a compliant ADA accessible space at the rear of the property. And my only point being, I think that these issues were discussed, and I think the board approved the parking layout based on those discussions that were before the board. But even with that said, our client's certainly more than willing to stipulate tonight as well, as a minor modification to the plans, that buffer space can be transformed into an ADA accessible buffer zone if needed in the future.
That's what I thought. So Michael and Tom, that's what I thought I'm not speaking only for myself, not for the rest of the board. That's what I thought we had sort of agreed on. However, we can't agree on something that violates ADA. So if that's what we agreed upon and that's allowed, then I think, at least again speaking for myself, we're in a good spot for those. If, however, we're saying no, they can't be, or every parking space within the building has to be convertible to ADA compliant, I'm not even sure if you're there now. Those tandem spots, I'm not sure you'd be able to open up a 5-foot aisle between spots in there if every spot in this building needs to be convertible to being ADA accessible. So I agree with you, I think, Michael, that we were at this place. I'm not sure I understood the requirements of ADA on the 19 parking spaces in this building. We understood that we needed to have at least one and that we might need more depending on what was needed. And you might have to clear that spot and it might happen. I mean, that's what's in our plans that we were reviewing back then. I remember looking at them, but so I don't know where to go from this. I don't.
Yeah, I think to go back to your, if I remembering this correctly, Mr. Cabral, I think you were asking us whether our original approval of this project implicitly okayed these waivers, and I don't know the answer. Is that a correct assumption of what you were asking?
It is, and I asked because this, quite frankly, happens pretty often, where we go not before your board, but other cities and towns as well, with site plan requests and special permit requests, and plans are approved, and there's an opportunity to review and look at zoning, and certainly understanding that issues were raised prior to the vote. But our position is those issues with the plans in the planning department and the building commissioner are certainly before the board, so to speak, at that point in time. And so if the board approves the plans, we believe that they are implicitly approving whatever those waivers might be, so that an applicant does not have to come back to the board on a potentially frequent basis, whether it's at the time for initial permit review or even after permits are issued. If another item is flagged along the way, we think it prevents applicants in a cumbersome administrative process to continue to have to come back to boards for those approvals if those items were shown on the initial approved plans by the board.
Yeah,
and I do certainly understanding that if there are new changes, something new appears on a plan, or a field change needs to occur, and that would create a new zoning violation, that may need to come back before the board for determination as to whether that is a material and substantive change to the plans that would require an amendment to the special permit. Here, I think these are minor modifications that Mr. Kennedy can correct me if I'm wrong, but some of these have been, or many of these have been resolved with these revised plans. But certainly there are some outstanding issues that Mr. Kennedy just raised. But my position on that would be that was before the board and those were approved. And I think we're all here tonight for some clarification for all parties involved as to how is the permit application or permit plans going to be handled moving forward.
I would say a couple of things. I did just not raise these concerns. This is not the first time that the applicant has heard this. We have been working with the applicant for 3-4 months. I've raised these concerns many times to them, so they are clear. This is not the first time that the applicant is hearing my concerns. And I'm a little bit confused as to what we're voting on, because what we're looking at here is far different from what was approved and submitted a year ago. So are we talking about what are we looking at? A year ago, or are we looking at this set of plans?
I mean, in the interest of sort of moving the discussion along, I think our only decision right now is whether or not these changes are significant enough to reopen the special permit. And I don't disagree with you that it's pretty frequent to sort of bring, sort of like, annoying building process, sort of low tension points forward for administrative adjustments because the building didn't sort of like, kind of flesh out the way you were hoping. But like a few things are not that common. Like there have been significant safety issues at the site. There's been a change in architect, and we have summoned, and I love him, I'm glad he's here, but Tom Kennedy to a meeting, which essentially never happens. And so to me, if we have...
And it's not going to happen again.
It ain't so, Tom. If we have kept Tom Kennedy...
I'm going into retirement after tonight.
we're missing some safety issues, and we're certainly starting to violate our agreement with the neighborhood that we would encourage development that works with the neighborhood. So the idea of administratively approving this threshold without opening the discussion and re-examining any points we might have dropped or should reconsider based on the concerns raised tonight, I think would be irresponsible of us, and I think we need to designate them significant changes.
Can I add one thing to what you just said, Carrie? And sort of, I agree that many of these issues that Tom has identified were things that I think we knew were there, and I think we were okay with. But I will contest one point that was raised, that the 50% open space, that was represented that there was 50% open space on the previous plan. I don't think any of us, if we had known it was 47 or 48, no matter how it's counted, we would have said, hey, that's not 50%. I don't, like, maybe it was on us to take the pictures and add up the space, but we just took that as a representation. As far as the setback on the back for the parking, I hope everybody saw that and understood that. We voted to approve the plans with that, so I agree with that. I agree with a number of other points, but as far as the open space, I don't think that, I certainly never thought it had less than 50% open space when we voted, whether or not there was a memo from Tom or somewhere else, but I'm not aware of that. So I tend to agree that at the least, the design is dramatically different looking. I think it's hard to say that this isn't significantly different. I wish it weren't. I'm really disappointed because I like what we approved back in the fall. I wish you were just building that right now. I wish that was where we were right now.
Yeah, to that point, Brian, and I was going to say the same thing. I think that there was Sid said earlier, excuse me, and I think Tim as well alluded to this, that there are still some refinements to the exterior look, and I'd like to see those. Furthermore, I would like the design review committee to see them as well, just to say yay or nay, because they were very much involved in refining the design last year. I believe they will be meeting next on June 3rd. They usually meet the first Wednesday of the month, and if you could have those ready in time for them for that meeting, that would be to your advantage. And then we would like to see these again when we meet with you on, if we could meet with you on the June 9th at our next meeting, if that seems reasonable. And then we could continue this discussion. And I don't know, Taylor, do you want to weigh in on this? I'm kind of grasping at straws here. I think Carrie makes some good points about whether we should reopen the permit, or are there certain questions that that we should reconsider. I'm hazy on that. I think Mr. Cabral makes some good points, but I'm not sure.
Just from a timing perspective, I need 3 weeks to reopen the special permit. So if you don't make that decision tonight and you want to make it in June, we're now waiting 3 weeks after that to reopen. I understand the hesitation to not make a decision tonight, and if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But yeah, I think it would best serve everyone, and anyone call out if I'm wrong, but it'd be best served to make that decision tonight.
Fair enough. And I certainly,
Mr. Chair, can I make an offer to the board that if there are design changes, can those be brought back to the board to determine whether those are minor modifications or substantial, instead of reopening? I think the issue I'm seeing here is procedurally, if you reopen the entire special permit, you're reopening the entire project that was vetted pretty thoroughly. If it's just a design review issue, can the board confine its determinations to the exterior design itself, rather than these other issues that we think were before the board and these changes that have been made to accommodate some of the requests so far, being the trash is no longer an issue. There is a 24 5-foot drive aisle now. The window wells have been removed, and our client will go to stormwater. So I think, and I think the issue has just sort of been put out there that the 5-foot buffer was essentially approved previously, and certainly a stipulation being made that if that requires accessibility in the future, that will be done. Is it possible to just limit this to actual design issues with the building itself?
I think so, but again, Taylor, I'm not clear on can we reconsider components of the design of the permit that we approved, or does it require us to completely reopen the process? Just to,
Well,
just to consider.
yeah, that's certainly a decision that you can make. You can determine the scope of the special permit. So if you want to reopen it, every aspect of it, you certainly could.
No, we don't
That's
want to.
certainly
I don't
not
think we want.
recommended. But
No.
if you want to just limit it to certain things, but Michael, I believe that your specific request, and correct me if I'm wrong, is not reopening, not voting to reopen the special permit now. It's to spend the time and just review allow you some time to review and work on the design so that you can come back the next meeting with a new design, and the board at that time would determine if it is a significant change or not.
Yes, because it sounds to me like that is the main concern of the board, is the design. I certainly don't want to speak for the board, but I think in terms of also giving our client an opportunity to discuss with Mr. Kennedy again, or to give Mr. Kennedy the guidance from the board, is he able to issue permits based upon these plans that we're presenting after the issues that he has raised? And I think that would be instructive for everybody, especially our client, to know whether these modifications, minor modifications, were acceptable, or further changes need to be made, or whether the board decides those waivers were made, just proceed as if those waivers were made based upon the prior approved plans. And separately, we can continue to work on design and come back for a similar type hearing for the board to determine whether those are minor modifications or substantial and require reopening for design purposes only.
Yeah, that's exactly my thought, and I think Brian expressed it well too. And I'll speak for myself, and I suspect I'm speaking for Brian on this regard. I think I would like to be comfortable that these design changes are in fact not significant, as you say, Mike. I would like to be comfortable with that, and see this design fleshed out.
Yeah, I think we need to, if we're going to reopen part of it, or if we're going to spend time considering part of it, it sounds to me like Tom's issues also make us reconsider the parking issues that we had kind of barely approved last time. So whether that's, use of this, whether that's the 5-foot setback being sufficient, whether that's the 20-foot versus the 24-foot, I think we need to learn more from Tom about what those concerns are and what the history's been.
I'm not sure what I understand what you're saying. Kind of approved them. I mean, that's like sort
I
of.
mean, we approve them, but we approve them sort of like this. This could end up needing to be an access lane, so it could get paved over, but it's probably screening and buffering. And now it seems like it's definitely going to be paved. Like we've had some changes where we were approving, kind of assuming the best case scenario, and the best case scenario has backslid a little. And from what Tom is raising, I don't feel like I'm particularly clear or qualified to be clear on whether we're skirting safety issues, or whether we're overriding zoning that's in the building commissioner's realm. And I always worry that we as a planning board are going to approve something that puts the residents or the neighbors in a weird safety spot. So we should know more about where those tension points are before we just decide the waiver covered infinite changes.
Agreed. We got Tom here. We don't always have Tom at our meetings, although you could be a regular.
You never have Tom here.
I would be helpful for me, looking at what we have right in front of us now. Quick memo or a letter that just says, these are the outstanding things on this that still matter. The 5-foot aisle is still violates our zoning. We think we approved it, but just so that when you get something back from us in a month or two, we don't end up in the same place again where you say, well, I still can't approve it because you still didn't waive this. I need your written waiver on A, B, and C, even with this new design. Because that's why I reached out to you on the other project. I was like, I'd rather hear from you first instead of getting it to you, having you say it's not compliant, and have it come back to us. So, you know what I mean? I don't want to waste your time.
I would rather be invited to the table before rather than after.
Yep.
You're always welcome at our meetings, Tom.
Yeah, it's an open meeting.
So if you could let us know at some point between now and when we meet next.
I think I summarized it a couple of times, so it wouldn't be difficult to send you off something that I feel that you need to. Hey, at the end of the day, I like building. I like issuing permits. That's what I want to do. I mean, it generates revenue, but I simply cannot. And we like revenue these days in the town of Winchester. But I simply cannot issue something that I violated, a bylaw. So I will certainly give you a memo outlining the things that I think that need to be addressed before I can issue, and put us on the, all on the same page.
Appreciate that. Well, so where do we go from here?
Jack.
Yes.
What's the argument against reopening the public hearing for 3 or 4 weeks from now, dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's, got the memo from Tom Kennedy, says we need a waiver on A, B, and C. We do the waiver on A, B, and C. He gets the revised special permit. It takes a little bit longer, as opposed to 3 or 4 weeks from now, looking at this and saying, oh, actually, we need to reopen the special permit, and doing it 3 or 4 weeks later from then. I think we should cut to the chase and reopen it to get these things done. Because I want you to build this building, Sid. I want this building built. I'm not trying to stop it. I'm trying to actually think how we can facilitate it and not have us spend 3 more meetings looking at things that make it take forever to get done.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if the fastest way to do that is to reopen the special permit. I get you don't want us to do that, but I think it actually could be faster. So that's my 2 cents.
No, that's a good point. And we have that cushion right now that we could set that for the 9th. We have the 3-week cushion. And again, Taylor, I guess my question is, we would reopen it on a very limited basis. We're not going to rehear the whole dang thing and go point by point.
Go ahead, Carrie.
So even if we did, we could kind of cruise through the parts that aren't changing, right? Or no?
So you'd want to,
but I think if you reopen, you give the residents surrounding this that may or may not have been opposed to it an opportunity to take a look at the changes.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about.
And I think that's at the end of the day, they may or may not have been opposed to what is going to go there now. And I think we have to give them the right to speak their mind.
But if I may, Mr. Chair, I agree with that. And that is, after putting in a significant amount of time and effort on multiple applications last year with 4+ hearings on this, I think the board considered these and approved it. And I would say if there's going to be a design change, that's one thing, but to reopen the hearing and then give neighbors an opportunity to submit comment again is a bit prejudicial to the applicant when those plans aren't changing in terms of the parking. The drive aisle has been approved. The trash is we're talking about better situations on the ground, so to speak.
I guess that was my question to Taylor. Can we conduct this as a limited process, that we're not going to go through the whole checklist again? Can we limit that that rehearing or whatever you want to call it, the reopening the permit? Can we limit it to specific items?
I don't believe that you can from the get-go. So you can't say right now, I'm going to reopen it and only review certain aspects. However, once you're in the review, you can, I believe, you can decide what gets reviewed and what's not. However, as Tom points out and how others point out, once you reopen the review, you may not necessarily have complete control over where it goes because of community feedback or other things that might come forward. And you may find that things may or may not need to be addressed. So I think limiting the scope of a review might be possible once you're in it. For example, you get to the part of site plan review and it's about I don't know, any one of the parts of site plan review, and you say, okay, well, this has already been satisfied, we're going to approve it, right? You just take 10 seconds on it. But other parts might take significantly more time and not things that you thought were going to be within the scope. And I don't know how you can avoid that. You can try your best. I don't know how you can.
I mean, we just have to, we've got to listen to the residents' complaints and comments. And I know one thing that's going to come up is the fire that was on the site. I know the residents are very sensitive to that. So we'll hear about that.
I mean, I think dimensionally, it doesn't appear that what is being proposed is all that different than what was approved. Obviously, there are some new questions that maybe weren't addressed enough about the parking and accessibility, and that's obviously a concern. Just to make sure we're dotting all of our I's and crossing all of our T's. But I do see the point. If you look at just the dimensional changes in a vacuum, they might not on paper look to be significant. We're going from 4.5 feet to 5. We're lowering the height. The building got a little bit smaller. It's like, I appreciate that. The thing I'm really struggling here with is you guys had an approved permit that had a lot of discussion around the design. You knew what Winchester's feelings and appetite were before submitting this new proposal. And now we have all these questions around reopening a permit that we can't piecemeal reopen because of design in a lot of cases. So I think I'm really struggling with, like, why not just make these minor, in your words, changes to the building to accommodate Tom's concerns and just not change the outside without just taking the balconies off. I think that's where I'm really struggling with. Like, you brought this to us, so now we have to decide on it. And and you're saying, well, we'll tweak the design, but we already did that.
No,
or
but
they already did that. I wasn't on board.
I'm saying yes. I think you're exactly right. Other than the balconies, if the design stayed the same and the plans had these minor tweaks to, other than the ADA accessibility, which will, again, we can take care of that pavement issue and turn a vegetated buffer into a paved one. I agree that
I think the changing of the vegetation over is concerning, but it's also like, why did you not just maintain the integrity of the design you all worked so hard to achieve?
And I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think the design changes before the board tonight, that these issues were raised by Mr. Kennedy, and we've tried to make changes to the plans to rectify those issues.
But changing a buffer zone from 4.5 feet to 5 feet, or changing a parking barrier from 20 to 24 feet shouldn't change the whole look and feel of the massing of the building, which 3 out of the 4 of us have said feels significant to them. I wasn't on the board when these discussions happened, but I don't understand why so much of the design of the building had to change coming to this proposal if you were trying to make it feel. That's what I'm struggling with, because we can't do it a little bit here and a little bit there.
And I guess what we're saying is, we're not looking for a modification of the design this evening at all. That this came before Mr. Kennedy for a building permit application, and he flagged these concerns. I think our client's willing to say, other than the balconies, which will be recessed, I think he's willing to agree, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, that to try to maintain the design. And if the design is going to change, then we're happy to come back before this board to determine whether the design changes, the aesthetics, so to speak, are minor modifications or not. But
I
to
hear what
proceed,
you're saying. It doesn't sound like it is the opinion of others that we can do it halvesies.
Well,
That's
I
how
think
I heard it. We can't just say, this is okay, they'll come back for design. It sounds like it's kind of an all or nothing. Are these significant as a whole? We can't
and I
just
guess what
open it maybe later if we decide. And you're saying if we can discuss it if. I think if is kind of a,
but again,
I'm just,
and I think
I'm interpreting
yes,
for
and
the
I
room,
agree.
but
I think it's an if because the design has not been finalized yet. And so to
but it
come back before the
it was
board,
finalized when they issued the permit, is my
right,
point. So why is it changing? The
because
permit was issued with an agreed upon design among everyone. I don't need to like prolong this or start an argument or beat a dead horse. I think just as the person who wasn't on the board during the whole conversation, it if you had just asked for the dimensional changes and nothing about the exterior of the building and the massing and the design really changed all that much, minus what was kind of required to meet Tom's needs, I think this would have been a very different discussion. And I don't think that you can really backtrack that because this is what you presented. So like it's the board can only work with the information we have, not, oh well, we'll talk about design again later. They already did that.
yes,
let's
I 100% agree. But what we're not actually asking for any changes from the board. We're not here requesting that. That wasn't our application. The issue was brought up by the town, and we're here saying the changes to just the drive aisle, the trash, those are the changes we're talking about. Our client is not here looking to change the design of the building.
let's
We did not file an application to come in and request modification to the application.
I would entertain a motion from a member of the board to reopen the permit for the reasons previously stated, and that we would meet again on, it wouldn't need not be part of the motion, but that we would meet again on June 9th.
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second. I'd second that.
Vote, Brian,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well, and we have one abstention or a recusal. So we look forward to a refinement of the design that brings back the colors, as Sid said. And
Absolutely.
we'll discuss it on the 9th. And as I said, if you can get that to the design review committee in time for their June 2nd meeting, that would be to your advantage as well, if that's possible. And I'm sure Taylor can accommodate you in making sure that they get it. Anything else, Taylor? With that, unless a member of the board has anything else to add, I would accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So do we need to continue the public hearing for 9/10? Did we continue? We're still in public hearing. Do we need to continue that to July?
I guess we do. So we need to
I
continue.
move that we continue the public hearing for 910 Main Street to July 7th, and that we close the public hearing that we have for tonight because we're going to be doing a new public
on 9/27
on 9 to 72.
72.
9/72. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Dyslexic. I'm sorry. Is there a second?
Second.
Amy,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. So this hearing is closed for the evening. I appreciate your contributions, Sid, Mike, and Tim.
Thank you.
As well as especially Tom.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Enjoy the evening.
Moving on, we are going to consider a site plan review for 542 Washington Street. This is a new construction where the gross floor area is exceeds the allowed 3,600 square feet. I believe our old friend Bridget Steins is the representative of this, and I also believe that Mr. Cortezas needs to recuse himself again. Okay.
Getting the night
Although-
off, Tom.
Yeah, I'd straighten my hair for this part.
Okay.
Welcome back, Brigitte.
Hello, good evening. Thank you. Thank you for hanging in here for so long. It was a long meeting for you guys, and I appreciate it. Since we are the first time in front of your board, I do a very quick rerun where we are in the permitting process, even so you might know that. So the project started on 542 Washington Street with the Historic Commission in July last year. It was determined there's no current building, or the current building is not historically significant. That was the first step. Then we went into for design review on March 4th, where we got tons of comments, good comments. We took them all in, and we did a full redesign, which was presented on May 4th. And do you have an echo, or are you okay? I heard an echo for
I
myself.
did too. Who was that?
Okay.
Sorry, that might have been.
Yeah, okay. All right. So we did a full review, which was actually good comments, because now the building is showing a building which is a two-family building, but it appears to the front side like a one-family building. So that was a big concern of the design review, and I could see that. Taylor, do you want to share the drawings or the site plan?
I can. You also can if you'd like to.
Okay, I can do that. So I can, one second. So I'm gonna start with the plot plan, just to give an idea. One sec. Can you see the plot plan?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So we are proposing on Washington Street a two-family house with two separate site plans. Oh yeah, maybe to the process, one last sentence. We asked the CBA for continuance, so we will not be in the hearing on Thursday. The reason is that we are gonna hear you tonight and take in the comments, can apply them, and by then we also have the stormwater calculations updated to the latest design. As always, we will work closely with the town engineer on all water management issues for the project. We will seek relief under 9.5.1 only for square footage. The project does comply with setback. It does comply with heights and all other zoning requirements. So we are seeking relief because the project exceeds the square footage. And maybe I'm gonna stop here and go to the actual drawings, which might be a little bit more interesting. So we have and then I have to share. Here they are. So I'm gonna go to the exterior first, because maybe it gives the better picture. We are proposing a high-end duplex for two Winchester families, and I'm pointing this out because I think it's important to know that we are building towards the actual owner and not for the public market, like often buildings are built. So we are building really towards a need of big families. So there are two families and their parents with a lot of family meetings. So that's why I just want to give the backdrop of the design. We set up the building now on the left picture on the street view, that you will see two garage doors on the front with an inviting porch to the left. And the entrance or the garage doors of one unit is actually where it says side view on the south side. So from the street, you will see only two car garage, and when driving by, you hardly can see the other two because it will be more screened from vegetation. Also, the prominence of the longer porch in the front appears to be the main entrance for a single family building, while the entrance to the other unit is set back and appears to be more like a secondary entrance, even so if it is the main entrance for the second building. So this is more an architectural gesture to do that. We kept the color scheme muted, that the garage doors are not sticking out too much, keeping both colors in both buildings in one color. The facade is articulated very staggered to get the proportions, or basically also giving to the street front that it doesn't appear too big. Also more with the format of the ratio of the windows fitting into the character of the neighboring houses, while in the back, that's the lower picture here, it opens more up, is a little bit more window, more glass facades towards the backyard, but this will be not visible by anyone. As I mentioned before, we comply with the heights. The building height above average grade is 39-9, and we compared with the original. I don't know how many of you have seen our original submittal to this design, where we had 4 garage doors to the front, and we eliminated that after we had the design review. This resulted in a little bit of a design change, internal design change of the floor, and with that also an increase in square footage compared to the first application. And to run down the numbers, right now we are looking at combined floor area for both units at 7,183 square feet, excluding the basement and including the garage. So that's by the forms Winchester requires. The net livable area, however, is 3,148 square feet per family. And I'm pointing that out because compared to the average new build in Winchester, which is by statistics in the last 5 years, somewhere between 3,500 and 5,200 square feet. So we are right in there in this portion, and rather on the lower side in terms of the square footage per family. I know that the by right option would be only 1,800 square feet, but considering that this is a fairly big lot and we are not even touching the setbacks on the side or in the back, we are not maxing the property in that regard, is an unrealistic number. 3,600 square feet, including a garage for 2 family, which would be allowed, is simply not up to today's standards. We think that the design is appealing to the street and fits into the neighborhood with the massing and proportions. As I said before, the engineer is working on the stormwater management, finalizing that. We do have plans, we have submitted them. It's just the calculations which are missing, and we also do comply with the open space requirement of 70% of the zoning bylaw. We do, the changes are, and maybe I'm gonna go to the very front. I'm not bringing up I can bring up the plot plan, but I think this shows it, the graphics in this one, or maybe even this one, shows it equally. So currently we have a one wider curb cut here. What we did is we split it in 2 driveways. Each is only 10 feet wide. And so in total, I did compare the numbers of asphalt area. What we have currently is the existing driveway, which has a huge turnaround and parking area is 1,947 square feet. In asphalt area, we are proposing 1,516 combined. And the reason is that this driveway for one unit is only in the front. We are working currently on cutting this driveway, and our surveyor actually has sent us the and I can bring that up. Maybe I should bring that up again. Share. Sorry, it takes me always a little bit to open the next one. This is what I'm sharing here. You have not seen in front of you because I just got it today. And this is was a request by the design review board that we shorten this driveway here and that no parking can occur in the front setback. So we made this change already, but we were not able to implement it in all the other drawings. But this was one request by the latest design review, and you can read that in the design review board has written a note. You probably have that. And with that change, we are at the numbers I just read. So we have about 1,500 square feet in driveway space, while we had before almost 2,000 square feet. So we do not have dedicated spaces in the front setbacks for any visitors. They would park basically in the driveway just for visiting. But we have 2-car garage spaces. And we have, I think that is mostly covering my, the numbers, you have those. I think this is mostly what I can say about the design where we are now and what we want to submit to the CBA.
I think this is a big improvement on what we saw a couple months ago, so I appreciate the effort. So has the design review committee seen this revision?
Yes, except for this driveway. I mean, they requested this driveway, but they have seen, and I'm just going to share that again. They have seen this design.
Yeah.
Because that was what we basically addressed to all accounts, I believe, translating what they said. We talked a little bit about the roof lines, and you probably see the comment in their notes. I wish we would have simpler roof lines. I'm not a fan of super complicated, making it more complicated than needed, but that's basically what it is. As soon as we had to turn one house 90 degree and to make the driveway from the side, and that's how it basically turns out then. But on the upside, I mean, it has a lot of complicated roof lines. On the upside, it also gives the building a way more scaled appearance than many other new constructions, which are just a box and have a roof on top of it.
No, I agree. I think I like this. I just wanted to know if they'd seen it yet. So that's good. I'm
Yeah,
pleased.
they did. Yeah.
Comments from the other board members?
I'm happy to go first if
Go ahead.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Good to see you tonight. I'm sorry you had to wait so long. So I think this is not only a dramatic improvement over the first iteration. Actually, that sounds like a backhanded compliment. I think it looks nice too.
Yeah,
I like it. I have a question and a request that I don't think is a big request. The question is, are any trees being removed for this? I looked at the site plan, I looked at the picture, and it doesn't look like any trees are being removed, like some hedges and stuff, but it didn't look like any trees are being removed. Is that correct?
No, there's one tree we need to remove, and now I have to switch again. I'm so bad in switching. So where did I have that? Maybe I just go to my, maybe it is in the landscape plan. Yes, here. So the blue line is where we had one 6 caliber. Everything else around, which is nicely screened, will remain. in bushes and trees what we can. But this one is a bigger than 6 caliber tree, and this is unfortunately right in the middle.
Okay, so my obvious request is going to be to plant a tree, a canopy tree of some sort somewhere on the site. I'm sure you will. I don't care where you do it. I would just request that you try to replace that tree in kind with something appropriate, native canopy tree.
Yes.
Then the other request I have is this plan is actually a good one. At the top where the top driveway where it goes up, and obviously you're cutting it off a little bit, but I would think that some sort of vegetative hedging, so when a car pulls in there, that their headlights aren't shining into the neighboring yard as much. And likewise, from coming out of the driveway on the bottom, I would think some sort of vegetative hedging, so that because those are places that cars are going to pull in, they're going to stop. You know, it's a rainy night, they're stopping, they're getting ready to go. The lights are going to be shining in from both those directions. So at the top on the right and at the bottom, sort of in the middle, just some sort of vegetative hedging to block, minimize the light intrusion onto the neighbors. So those are my two requests that I hopefully are fairly modest. I think this is great. Thank you for making these improvements, and hopefully those are things that you can do without much effort. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the hedges are actually a good idea. Mostly this parking will, no, someone will eventually will drive there. So it's a good point. We did talk about native trees already, one significant tree with the design review board. So this will show up in the next iteration of the landscape plan.
Thank you.
Carrie or Amy, any thoughts?
I think it looks great. I like that you moved two of the garage bays around the corner. I think the design is really tasteful. It's modern, but I think it really fits the architecture of the surrounding neighborhood, and I think it's a great use of the space. I appreciate all of the pieces of the bylaw that you did preserve, the setbacks and the open space. It'll be a nice property.
Thank you.
Amy?
I concur. I like it a lot.
Yep, I think my opinions have been well spoken by my fellow board members. So with that, I would invite a motion.
I would move to recommend favorable action on Zoning Board of Appeal Petition Z2604 at 54542 Washington Street, as the proposed project does not prevent adverse impacts on the community.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Voting, Brian.
Aye.
Amy.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, and there is one abstention. Thank you, Brigitte. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thanks for your
See
patience.
you more often, I guess.
Yes, I hope so. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, and have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Brian, I'm sorry, and Brian, Taylor, in light of the hour, do we want to postpone the age-friendly thing again, or do you want to go through that?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to do it.
Pardon me?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And,
I'm all rested.
I think, let's see, Carrie said she lost power.
Ooh.
Anyhow, Amy had wanted to give a report on her phone call with Adrienne Leboeuf, but she's now looking at 2 a.m. there. I think she'd probably prefer to give us a written report.
324.
324. Okay.
Honestly, so, I think most of it was discussed just in our natural discussion. I think we hit most of those points, but I'm happy to provide a written.
Okay. Option. Well, I will move. Unless there's anything else, I would welcome a motion to adjourn this meeting unless somebody else has something. Oh, wait a minute. Brian just went away. Okay, he's coming back. Brian, are you still there? Wait a minute. Where's Brian? There he is. Okay. Anything else, or shall we adjourn this meeting?
Let's adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I
I think that was Carrie. Carrie probably is. I assume she wants to leave.
I just got back. We lost power in our house, and I just connected it on my phone. The whole house is dark. So sorry about that.
I think the Carrie's having the same problem. So it's over
Is there
on
a
the east.
storm?
No.
No.
Did Carrie lose power too?
Yes.
We did.
Oh, yeah, I'm on my phone. Everything's out
We tell
everywhere.
ghost stories. Look how spooky we are.
Okay. We're all. I think Amy's a zombie,
Converse,
and
please.
Amy's a zombie, and we all want to go to bed. So, on that
Good
note,
night, everybody.
we will
Night
be
all.
in touch.
Night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye bye.
The recording has stopped.